Hi and welcome. We're starting the video tutorial on the beginnings Authentique baby paper, and I actually, as you know, had started the I showed you I had shown you better English here the do-si-do that I wanted the Authentique paper for, but it didn't come in yet. So what I will be doing, and there is a walkthrough on this album. Just I haven't finished the other side because I needed to get that Master Detective done. We're going to be making this album with the baby paper. The one thing about this album, intentions when I made it was it was made for the baby paper, but I couldn't wait because it's such, I think, a cute design. It had the spots there, and we'll be making these really cute pockets. They are deep, and you'll be able to put different cards or pictures in here. It flips up, and then you have a whole picture spot on the back side. So the whole idea of this is for month 1, month 2, month 3. Then over on this side will be month 4, 5, and 6. When we turn the album around, as the do-si-do name is where it comes from, we have the other side. Let me just get that out so I can show you. And then we'll go on to, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 through 12 on the other side. And then on this little guy, and then on the center will be these pages right here. So there'll be 3 of them for, again, months 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And each one will have a very, very long pull-out tag. The pull-out tag is a full 9 inches. So we will be doing these, and I'll show you how we're going to do these. And of course, you can do them a lot of different ways where you don't have to do a circle punch. And I think for the baby one, I may be doing it a little different. I did get in some new Sizzix border dies, but I'm still not sure if we're going to use it. So we'll just get started and see. Okay, let me show you the paper we're using. See, and then when you flip it over, then we'll have the other side also. And the beginnings paper collection. So it is now available at countrycraftcreations.com. And we'll be using all of the cut-aparts. We'll be using everything for it. Isn't that just adorable? Now, one other paper I chose, I'm still on the fence, but we'll get started here, is the Double Dot Dusty Rose. I thought I'd try, instead of using our regular cardstock, to make this whole album out of it. Like I said, I'm kind of on the fence on the Dusty Rose, but I do really like it. And I just wanted to briefly go through. Now, this also will match Easter time. Their Easter time collection. So if you have the Easter time collection left over, you will have some pieces that will also coordinate, and I will be using those also. And Easter time is available in the store. So that just starts over. So I think we'll just go ahead, and I'm going to use the Dusty Rose and see how it turns out. So to begin with, you're going to want 12 sheets of cardstock for our pockets. And we need to cut these to be 10 by 11. So that will kind of get you started. These will take a little bit. So we're going to get started by cutting 12 of these, 10 inches by 11 inches. Now I went ahead and made the first one to show you what it's going to come out like. I wanted to also make sure that I felt that this Bo Bunny paper was going to score well enough, and I am very happy with how it scored. And the nice thing is, this part is really pretty. I'm still going to want to cover it for the extra strength, and I just kind of messed up there, but it will be covered with, I'll mat this. And so we'll have a flap, but you don't have to use a magnet because our other flap will hold it down. And then as each one sits on top of each other, it's nice and heavy, so it does push that flap down. This will be our hinge part. So let's go ahead. I will score these with you, and then, of course, I won't to put them all together on camera with you, or you'd be bored to death. Now, for this flap piece, you will want the 12 pieces that are 7 by 4.5 inches. And let me show you something about cutting those flaps. You'll use less paper. If you take this in your cutter and first cut your 7, cut the paper just down this way, 7 inches. Then cut your 4.5, 4.5, that'll give you 2 pieces. Then you're left with this strip that is 5 inches. So then you'll cut that just 7 inches long, and then cut 4.5, and you'll get 3 of the flaps out of one sheet of paper that way. If you just cut it the other way, you're only going to get like 2. It's weird how it works out. And also, yeah, let me check all your papers to make sure they're all the same. And I'm seeing I've got one that is just a little long, so I need to put it back in the cutter because I cut them all together. So it must have slipped. And it did. It's nice to be able to cut them all on the dolly. Well, I cut them about, I had to only do 3 sets. But you want to make sure everything is squared. So you're going to start with your first sheet, and it's going to go on the 10-inch side, and we're going to start by scoring 1/2 of an inch, 1 inch, 1.5, then turn it, score it 1 1/4, and then you're going to score it 6 1/2. Turn, 1.5. Oops, I think I jumped it at 1.5. On my scoreboard, 1 and 1.5. And when using either the Spectrum or this Bow Bunny, I am kind of careful how hard I push. It still is, it works, it'll work nice for you, but sorry, I had some pages, there we go, pop out. So let's score 3 of them. 1/2, 1, 1.5, turn, 1 1/4, turn. No, forgot the 6 1/2. Now we turn 1/2. There we go. That's what's causing the problem. 1, 1.5. One half, 1 1/2, 1 1/4. Yeah, 6 1/2. 1 1/4. What did I do? I went 7 1/2. And I don't worry about that because I am going to be covering these with paper. There we go. Pay attention to that. So 1/2, 1, 1.5. I'll just go ahead and stay on camera. You can always fast forward. 1.5. So I'll try these one more time, and then I'll just continue scoring. And 6 1/2. Turn, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. So I won't continue now to give measurements. When I make the Do-Si-Do album, what we'll be doing is we'll make the cover, and we will put our pages in. And on camera, what I'll be doing is only doing one side of our Do-Si-Do because they mirror each other. They're identical. all you'll have to do is, if you are still needing a little instruction, just go back to the first set of pages we made, and you'll just repeat it. So it'll seem like half of a tutorial, but actually it is the full tutorial for the book, and you'll see as we go along. Now, this would also be a really cute album for a set of twins. So you could do one side with a pink, one side with a blue, or two pinks, or you could do so many fun things with this. Whoa, make sure it's on the 10-inch side when we start. Oh, and this album does have hinges, so we are making hinges. And this is my last one for the large ones, and then we'll have to score our flaps. Okay, now with the flaps that are 7 inches by 4.5, I've already used my corner chomper and did my edges. And all you have to do is score these at 1/2 of an inch. And there we go. All right, let's get started with all of our bases. First thing that I'm going to do is fold this in half. Now, if you're using something like the Bow Bunny, you need to decide which side is going to be your outside, because that is the direction you're going to want to fold it. I do want my polka dots on the outside, even though they will be covered. So that gets folded this way. Then your hinge part will go back. Now I'm just going to be folding in on the score lines on the inside score mark. Just on the inside. We're also going to use that as a cutting guide. So you can use your cutter for this part, and I just like to cut them by hand. So what we're going to do is we are actually cutting out all of this top part and all of this top part on each one. you're going to leave this bottom part. Now when you cut it though, you do want to miter it in slightly. I like to cut to the inside of that score line and just basically get rid of it all the way to the top. And then you'll be left with this. Just that little flap. I do like my little fussy cutting scissors for this. It just cuts a finer line. It doesn't leave the teeth marks like my Tim Holtz scissors. And because of the skinnier blade, it doesn't cut. It just makes a nice smooth cut. Now this is how we're going to put together each and every one of these. So we've already folded in. We're going to fold back and in. And you might have to push this one back just a hair. You do want it to match so it's not hanging over. So just move it over and make it do what you want it to do. Score them down pretty good. Or not score, but burnish those down. And see, I find it works a lot better if you just lightly fold them all and then furnish it really well. Okay, now this bottom piece will be folding upward, just like so. So another thing I like to do is I like my clothespins. And in my live shows, I use them a lot, especially on Authentque. And when you're doing live shows, you don't have the ability. You can't, stop for a minute or come off your video and then restart. So, I like to fold them over. And I like to use these guys as my extra set of fingers. I need to get some more of the clothespins. Even though I have my little clips these from Harbor Freight, I still really like the clothespins. So let's just set that aside and we'll get two of them out of the way. Again, I'm folding the inside lines. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep the camera rolling as I'm working. You can fast forward, and I'm going to tell you why. I have found that when I keep the camera rolling, it makes me finish every one of these sheets. Now, a lot of times what I'll do, this is why I don't totally get the albums finished that I do tutorials on, because then I'm anxious to get moving to the next one. If I just make the first 6 pages, I'll probably not get the second six done like I did with my Doodlebug one here, Freedom. I need to get that finished, but I just really had my heart set on starting this baby one when it came in, so I didn't quite finish it, and I needed to finish another one, so it's going to kind of keep things rolling if you don't mind. You can fast forward. Now, if you don't get that perfectly straight, it's not going to show, but do try to get it somewhat straight. So like I said, I hope you don't mind. I won't edit this out. I'll just let the camera keep rolling. So now I need to fold this towards me and away from me. Towards, away. So it should look like that. And we will just make a pile of these. We still have our flaps. Plus, Plus, when the camera's rolling and I start talking, see, my family knows that when I'm recording, just keep walking by, keep walking by. Otherwise, if I'm not on the camera and they start walking by, talking to me, somebody wants this or that, I'll get up and go do it. And then guess what? I don't get the next 6 pages done. So this is also, see, I'm using it as a tool. And I don't know if I told you the name of this little bunny paper. I hope I did, but it is Dusty Rose. Fold in half. And this one, I always like to fold with my paper against, so it gives that nicer crease. And then if you, yeah, I don't like any of that score mark left. Just accordion fold. Accordion fold. Final push down. So I grab on the inside when I'm pushing down so I don't get my fingers in the glue. That's pretty good. Anyway, I'm just going to put one at the, yeah, I'll just put them all 3 there. I want to make sure it's holding. Time to stand up. Like I said, if you're really good at putting this in your cutter, you probably will go faster. I'm not. Something always happens that I go over the line, and I don't know. It's kind of enjoyable just to cut. I'm one of those before I opened my store that I would buy the graphic 45 paper just to sit actually on my breaks at work where I would just be there. It was quiet. I used to love to just fussy cut out all the different things because it was relaxing. I know I'm an odd one, huh? So I got the middle really well on that one. To my pile. Oh, I almost cut the wrong end. I'm going to straighten that there. Inches are down. Oops. Time for the light. I can just, I think I can get by without the clothespins. Those are just kind of reassurance, but well, I just found out something about the ball bending paper. Be careful if you wipe too hard when it's wet with glue. And don't hit the camera to make my viewers dizzy. Sorry about that. Do you know what? I thought this one was wrong. Let's see where I've scored this. How did I manage that instead of 6.5? Let's see what we're going to look like here if I have to cut a new one for this. Oh, no, I can cover that with the paper in the back. So we are good. I scored it 6 1/4 instead of 6.5. it's easier to go down this way. Oh, we are halfway there. So we are getting there, no problem. Well, also, we'll get all of our pockets here made. Then we will make our pages. And hinges and cover. I went through. Yeah, I went through on that one. So that's not going to work. So, you know what? I am going to go ahead and I'll turn the camera off and get these down because I'm going to change position as I'm putting them together because I need to stand with my foot on a stool. And then I will be back and I'll have these all put together. Okay, I have my 12 pouches put together. Now we just want to add our flaps that were 7 by 4.5, and we did the 1/2 inch scoring. One thing you want to do is miter the corners, and I'll show you something. There's sometimes it just depends on how you cut that it will hang over, and I'll show you how I fix that because I don't like to cut the whole pocket down the side to shorten it. Otherwise, it might be too short because a lot of times it just has to do with our cutting. And this one looks okay. Nothing's hanging over. Oh, no, that was one I cut wrong. One I cut through, but we'll use that. Okay, sorry. So just go ahead and miter that corner above your score line. And I'll show you what I mean after we get it on. So we'll put it on. And sometimes you might have to do a little edging out. You'll see if you didn't cut quite as straight as you would hope you would. Now remember, that's got to fold back. You want that just at the top. You don't want it to hang over that score line on your envelope. Now, when you look at the back, it's where you'll know if you are hanging over on any edge. Now, this one is just a little bit. So I'm just going to barely cut it, miter it. You don't even notice it. And then when it's down, nothing will be hanging over. And so I left 3 to do with you. And let's miter that corner. glue off anywhere it does not belong. Matching side by side. Now, when I look back here, see if there's anything hanging over, just barely miter that in and cut it off even. Just being careful not to cut any where you're not supposed to. And this is where we will have 3 of these on each side of our album. There's 4. Just making sure. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So very well. We have our pockets done. And now we can get started on making the pages for our album. Okay, let's start on the pages. The pages are really easy. Move this up. So we're going to start with 3 sheets. So each side is going to have 3 pages. If you wanted to do more pages, you would just need to make the spine of the book bigger. So it would be quite thick because our spines are going to be 1 7/8, almost 2 inches on each side. So you're going to start with 3 base pieces of 12 by 9.5. Now how we're going to make these pages, seems on my end the camera's far away, but that seems to be where it wants to go so I can get all of it in frame. Let's get everything moved over. So we're going to go ahead and score our 12 by 9.5 inch sheet of cardstock in half. Just score that at 6. Then you'll need to turn this. So now we're on the 9.5 inch side because we need to score it at 1/2 of an inch. What we're doing is we're making a top load page. And this really is the most economical and easiest way to do it. You will use quite a bit of paper, as you've noticed with this. So far we have used 26. I've used 26 sheets. I did have that boo-boo, so I had to recut. So you will use about 26 sheets in the construction of your pages because of, let me trim that, because of the way we constructed the envelopes. Sometimes the paper didn't quite get trimmed at the exact 12. And that's normal. That's normal to use that much. And really, it's not a lot, but we do have to still cover the outside of our album. And that's going to take another, I believe, 6. Okay. If you're using one like I am, the cardstock where it is double-sided, just choose and decide which side you want out. I'm going to have the polka dots. And that's the 1/2 inch, the 6 inch. This one's a little different to work with because it's only 1/2 of an inch and so long. So I'm going to turn it this way. Now what we want to do is, so this is going to fold over. We want to close this bottom. And then one thing I want to show you is the mat that goes down in is going to be full size. So it won't be too bad. Again, you'll be using cardstock to make it. But if you don't want your tags to be this long, there's something you can do. When we go to glue this together, you can, at the halfway mark, okay, but remember, leave room. We've got to have about a 1/2 inch to hook onto our hinges. You can put a line of glue, a bead of glue. So when you close it, it now stops. And you can make a smaller tag to go inside of there. So it's kind of nice to do that, to measure down maybe this is 9 inches, 4.5. So if you only want a 4.5 inch mat, but being a baby album, you may want that full 9-inch tag that's going to go in. So we need to remove, and what we're going to do, we want to remove this left hand side, because when we fold this over, our hinge is on the left and we want this nice closed on the right. So make sure you're only removing this left hand side. Now we're going to starting over on this side, because I just want to miter that edge up. And again, if you are really good, and sometimes I can do it, but also make sure you are only removing the left side. Like I said, sometimes I always get, no matter what I do, real close, that it's actually easier. And let's go ahead and just miter that edge. Okay. That is all there is to that. And as long as you just want a 6-inch page, which is really wide enough, these are the easiest top loading ways to go. Everything fits perfect. You don't have to worry about the top being too big or hanging over. Then we just close it. And let's just make sure our glue . Now, one other thing we are going to do, I'm going to do, leave that to dry. I don't want to pull on it yet. Is on the inside here, you can also add a piece of of packing tape. I've been doing that on all my albums. I just did it in my last one. Ugh, you might hear banging upstairs, sorry. You can put a piece of packing tape over that. Okay, and then your tags will glide smooth. You won't have them catching on that ridge. So I keep the packing tape close. You just need about a 6-inch piece. And you won't be able to see. I am just going to put this now on top of there. And actually, I don't really need it over towards the back side. Put it away from your hinge edge. And then once it's down, and I'm going to tell you right now, when you start doing this, you're going to just love, see this? My tags do not get caught at that bumpy part. And it does make a world of difference. So in my last album, French Country, and I believe I did it in French Country, but I know I did it in Master Detective. So there's page number 1. Simple, isn't it? It's actually fun when things come together so nicely. And you don't really have to put a lot of effort in trying to make your page perfect. And that is one of the whole ideas with my videos. I know that there's times that they may seem beginner. I've had some mentioned to me, and that's okay, because then the intermediate and the advanced can just take it and run. But if you're a beginner and you're kind of new to the whole mini album making process, it's frustrating. It really is frustrating when you want to make something so bad, because I've been there, and you just can't because it's not making sense. So that's why I try to do everything so that anybody can pick up YouTube, watch my video, and remake their own work of art. Okay, don't want to get too close because you do not want to cut the closed portion of the other side. So go slow with this, and then if you have to do any hand cutting, it should be just a tiny bit. Now, one other thing that you can do too, we can do it at this. Once you do this and you see how much nicer everything kind of flows, you'll want to do this on every album. So basically on the inside now, I'm just going to put this down, making sure you leave about that 1/2 inch because you don't want it to interfere with attaching to your hinge. And that's what that looks like. So what it's doing is it's making it nice and smooth. I have found that packing tape works best because Scotch tape won't last. And I got glue on the edge here, and so my page doesn't want to, there we go, stick down. So I'll go inside now and make sure, there's that, just one little spot of glue caused me all that problem. There we go. Down. So much nicer. Make sure that glue's dry before I close. Sorry, I just got to make sure when I close my page it's not going to stick. Make sure your tape's down. And you're good to go. I'm going to fold this one in half. I am being a little more gentle because of the paper. It's not my usual linen artisan cardstock. And even though this still makes really nice pages, it doesn't have that weave going in so many different directions that protects and makes it so strong. So still want to take it a little bit easy. Don't go crazy scoring it if you're using the Spectrum or the Bow Bunny. You have to trim a little bit more of that off. Ooh. Yeah, I really don't like my Fiskars. That's why I use my big one, but can't use the big one for this because that's going to show. I can trim it if it's going to be too short. No, I need to cut a new one. I can use this for tags. I don't want to have that little tiny tear there. So it looks like my fixtures is time for a new blade. Or I'll just hand cut this one. The only reason I bought my big dolly. So I'm going to rescore it 6 1/2. Now, when I make the hinges, kind of on the fence, I'm thinking this through. I think I'll go ahead and give the paper a try. I know I've used it on some of our hingeless projects. And we'll see how it does. If not, then I'll just have to remake it and go with white. Okay. It's not that old of a blade. Turn it around. Make sure you're cutting off the left side. Ah. So that just tells me the other side's probably done for, and good thing I turned it around. Now I won't smear that glue around. Okay, so we won't, I'm just going to make the 3. But you want to make 6 of these. Make sure my tape is down. Okay, there's our 3 pages. And now we need to cut our hinges. So our hinges for this one, we only have 3. So we need a sheet that is 7 inches by 8 7/8. Our page is 9 inches long, so we wanted the 8 7/8 because we want, this will be the hinge. We want it to sit in there nicely with just that 1/8 of an inch from the top. And that way your page will fit perfectly and you won't have to do any adjusting. Let's get this pin on my glue bottle as we're scoring. Okay. Now we're going to score on the 7-inch side. And we are going to start with 1 1/4. One and a half. I always start with a 1/4 inch and end with a 1/4 of an inch. Excuse me. So we need to score every 1/2 of an inch. 2, 2 1/2, 3. So there's 1 hinge. Two hinges at 4 1/2. Now you're going to score 5, 5 1/2, 5 3/4. Okay, because we start and end, we don't need another. So you're going to score at 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 2, 2 1/2, 3, 3 1/2, 4, 4 1/2, 5, 5 1/2, 5 3/4. And you'll do this for both sets of hinges. And for my hinges, I will be using score tape. I like to use the 3/8 and my 1/4, and I have used the glue, and so I know it works. You can use either or. So now I'm just going to fold those two ends in. So these little 1/4 inches, they're kind of hard. And let me try and bend against the paper. There we go. It just makes for a nice straight score line. To this one. Well, I'm quite happy how this is scoring. Okay, those are my 2/4 inches. Now, what I'm going to do is start with this first, your first 1/2 inch score line. And of course, you can make your hinges. Everybody does them different. I like to fold back on each other on those score lines. There's my first one. Then I skip one. Now I'm going to grab in between the next 2 1/2 inches. I'm going to push back against the score line and push back against the score line for 2 hinges. Now we'll skip one and we'll grab the next score line. Okay, now we have 3 hinges. Let's turn this over, and I like to put the 1/4 inch score tape on these 2 1/4 inch ends. A lot of it is because it's a visual. It reminds me I need to not fold those over and to be careful. Then I'm just going to start. So I have score tape. I always skip one. It's just my way in my brain of knowing that I've put the score tape where it belongs. So I skip, then I have 2, then I skip, then I have 2. Kind of your mantra. Everybody kind of gets in their mind and head of where their adhesives need to go. Then you'll skip one. Then you'll have 2 together, and that's the end there. Now let's trim. So we'll put our hinges together. We've made our pages. Now we just need to make the cover when we're done here. Now I like to start by removing. I remove everything but these ends. No, I don't. I take that back. I remove all these middle ones. Boy, my tools have been through the war with some glue here. So I'm going to remove, where it goes down into the valley and up, because we're going to put our hinges now together. When you put them together, then I just pull back, your score tape will start coming together. So now I just grab it, bend it over. Naturally, it's going to grab where the tape is. And bend it over again. Now push back. There you go. And I like to kind of work both sides here, moving my hinges back and forth so that they move freely. Now we can remove the rest of our score tape in just a second. And you want to make sure, and it might be a little tight because you have score tape there. You want that, if you're doing them this way, I always have that 1/4 inch lip, and I explain this in my other videos why I do it this way. When you put wings underneath where your hinges are, if you have to take this off, you're going to have to rip your book apart. I have had to remove my hinges with my pages attached, which is a good thing because maybe I had ruined the cover. In fact, I was building an album in a box, and I turned it into just regular album. I ruined the box, and I need to get my hinges out of there. I would have had to rip my hinges apart. It would have ripped those ends apart if I had to take it out from underneath the paper. That's why I do it this way. There's times you do ruin your covers, and those pages need to come out. And if these wings are under paper, you're not just going to lift your hinges up neatly. Trust me. But this way, it is so much easier to get undue under there. Just take those hinges off and put them in a book. Okay, just push back. Score tape or wet adhesive. See, I'm lucky. I forgot to form my 1/4 inch there. It looks like it knew to go there. There we go. Awesome. Phew, thought I ruined them. Little 1/4 inch lip. Tell you what, this is the best bone folder. I do have the others, the Teflon, but this one, I mean, look at this. So you can use this. It's like another bone folder, and it's fabulous. They are for sale. I do have them in my store at Country Craft Creations under Tools, and it's just fabulous. The best bone folder I've had. Well, I still have. So now you should have nice, perfect 3 hinges. Now we're going to add our adhesive on the back. I just push those guys down so I can get my adhesive back here. Like so. And let's put our score tape on our hinges. And again, this is where kind of personal preference. I put mine at the top. I don't like to put it down towards the middle or the bottom. I don't want any score tape showing at the bottom of my pages. So the way I rectified that is I put it at the top, right on the top. That way, when I push my page over, all you're going to see is the pretty paper. You're not going to see the adhesive at the bottom, which has happened, and it never fails. It happens when I'm using black cardstock, and you're going to see it. And even you're not getting it off. It's very difficult to get off. sure everything's down tight. Because once we put this on the book, it's really hard to, you know, furnish your score tape. I'm just going to trim anything that's hanging over now. Okay. Now, one thing about this book, we're going to map the pages. I forgot. Excuse me. We are going to map them before we put them in the book, because cutting that half circle is going to be easier. Now, if you don't want to cut the half circle, you can just skip forward to, you know, the cover. But I'm going to go ahead and let's grab this paper we're going to use. And you'll want, you know, 6 different sheets. And I'll show you. So that's one thing that I've had a lot of questions on. What I do is I go through my paper when I'm trying to decide, because deciding can be the hardest thing in the world. Those are my stickers. And actually, this is not a full paper pad. So look at this as being my full paper pad when it comes. When it comes, I just set it down, and I just remove the cut-aparts, and I remove my sticker sheet. Now, sometimes I have to go into the cut-aparts and use this back side, but I try not to. So I just start with the first sheet that's on top. Now, this is going to be page 1, front and back, because we're going to cut it at 5 7/8. Excuse me. Page 2, very simple. Page 3. Now, unless you just absolutely hate that print, then choose something else. I could have used the back. And then, of course, take out what you're going to use for your cover. This is definitely going to be my cover, but you're going to need more than one of these. So buying the collection pack probably isn't the best for this. I would buy the paper pad. You get 3 of each design, 3 or 2, I can't remember. And if you have Easter time from this year, from Authentque, it coordinates well. So now I'm just going to cut these down to 5 7/8 by 8 7/8. Now I'm just going to put these in order. So just front, back, front, back, front, back. You know, that way you know which order you're going to put them in, and then you're not going to have to figure it out. And we're going to ink the edges. And there's a lot of choices for this one. I wanted to keep it pretty general, so I don't think I want to use a colored ink. I'm going to use, I think, linen, but the sea glass definitely would look great. You still could use your vintage photo or sepia. I don't want a lot of a color, but I do want a little bit of what looks like an, antique-y. And linen, it's really shocking. You expect this more tan stripe color, but it's actually kind of a green. And it does seem to blend with a lot of these collections that are pastel. See, it even looks green on my dauber, but it's not. It's just different. Now, there's also a truffle and a warm gray in the Prima inks that would look fabulous. What is this? Oh, I know, this is the boring part. And if you are new to crafting, when you ink your pages, it really does add that little extra professional look, but it all depends on how you ink too. Now, there are some projects, yes, I will go on the pages, all over the pages, because I want it to look really old, but most of the time, try and just keep it on the edge. Maybe just a teeny tiny on the paper. Otherwise, it can start to look sloppy. And you don't want it to look sloppy, like you color outside of the lines, basically. So a lot of times, too, I'll just run my dauber back and forth, depending on the paper. Real intricate lacy type collections like Portrait of a Lady. You know, I didn't want a lot of ink on that. So, and I never use the pad and go on my paper, only because I always end up with too much. Okay, that's not long enough. That did look short. I cut it too short. So let me cut a new one. Okay, I went ahead and cut my too short of a page. One thing, so your pages, we're going to actually just be building the envelope and a few cute things with this album. Because of the flaps, you have 6 of them and a lot going on. I didn't add a lot of the flaps. Plus, if you're cutting that circle at the top, you aren't going to be able to put a flap there. It'll cover it. So you can also design your pages different. So if you do want to add more flaps and things like that. One other thing is when I cut the circle, the EK Success, I'm going to use a 2.5 inch. You can use a 3 inch, any size. But I haven't found a punch. The EK Success is my only one that will go through 2 layers of material. Whiskers, I haven't had that luck. Or you can also pre-cut these on your cutting machines, of course. So I'm going to mat both sides. So one side's the teddy bear, so now my back side will be the plaid. And we'll mat them, then we'll go back and cut them because we want to give the adhesive time to fully dry. So let's go ahead and mat. Make sure it's all down. Okay, page hinge to the left, yes. So my top one, now I wanted to check which one because they both have these really cute little, all right, that'll be the back. So the front, I love this one. So each page in my book, so that first one that we just matted will be month 1 and 2. And then this one will be 3 and 4. And the last one will be 5 and 6, front and back. So you can use it that way, or of course you don't have to. So you could even make this book with the baby paper on the front side and then more toddlerize it for the back side. There is a lot of items in this little album, so it looks like it takes a long time, but really it comes together really nice. My inches are all the way down. let's grab our punch. Like I said, with the EK Success, this is a heavy duty punch. So I'm going to put my page down because we're going to find the middle. And the middle is 3 inches. And do that on each page because you really do want to, you know, have this pretty much centered. Oops. And we'll start with the first one. Now I mark mine. First of all, I marked my center, and these were different projects. So I marked them so I know how far to go on each one, and I can't do all 4 together. So what I do is I match this center as close as I can, see with that center. And it is better to take it down once, or hold it this way. Find where, and then just give it a little squeeze to hold it until you get your bearings, and it's going to be tight. There we go. And just pop that out. Now, you don't have to do the back side if you don't want to. Another thing is you can also match it if you want it to be more perfect. But you do take the risk of maybe cutting the front again. So I don't. And I just pretty much eyeball it, keeping it the same. And I'm holding it down a little bit so that I can see exactly where we're going to be. Once you're there, just squeeze it a little bit, straighten it up, and punch. And there you go, and it's perfect. It's not sitting cockeyed. You don't have to try and straighten your page. Just makes it so much quicker. Now this side's a little tricky because of the closed edge. So I get it in there, lining up the center mark with the center on my cutter that I made, my permanent marker. Those suckers fly. But the EK Success is a great punch for this. Or one of the new heavy duty, you know, that will go through many layers. See, I even marked down on the metal with my permanent marker. Just squeeze it barely and it'll hold. It'll grab your paper. Now, these are good things to keep also. You'll just have to erase your pencil mark, but you can use them for pull tabs. And there we have, excuse me, there we have our first 3 pages. So you can set those aside with the envelope pockets that we made, and you'll want to now cut your chipboard. So let me get the sizes for your chipboard, and I'll get it typed on here for you. So the chipboard, we need 3 7.5 by 9.5 inch pieces of chipboard. Then you need 2 9.5 by 1 7/8 pieces of chipboard. And so you're going to cut 3 of those, and you'll also need the cardstock that you're going to use to cover your album with. So I will get my supplies gathered, and I will be using a white linen. I'm not going to cover it in the Bo Bunny, only because I know it still will get wear and tear on the edges, and it's going to wear through, and I'm not going to be happy with it. So I'll be using the white linen cardstock. Okay, let me clean up a little bit. So I got my chipboard cut. Then I cut 3 sheets of my white cardstock that I'm using. Make some room here at 11.5 by 12 because I like an inch at the top and an inch at the bottom. Then I will be using score tape sheets, and I pre-cut them. And I cut them about 9 5/8 by 7 5/8. It makes the process go by so much faster, and it does save my score tape sheets. I mean my score tape roll. So what we want to do first, see, this is the 12, and then we have an 11.5-inch side. Now you may like a different size. I just like that inch at the top and the inch at the bottom. But we want to make sure this is the 11.5-inch side. And I'll go at an angle because it is so large. It might be hard to get the complete coverage. So I want to make sure you can see. I just attach mine together using score tape. And again, making sure I'm attaching the correct sides. And the reason they're on both sides is when it overlaps, then we know it's going to be laying flat. So you want to try just overlap it that 1/4 inch, matching top to bottom. I'll slide it down. Go at an angle again so you can see. And on the 11.5-inch side, and also our joining piece on the 11.5-inch side. I've got more nicks and cuts on me, and I just scraped it again. I'm sorry. This is why the Band-Aids sit at my desk. I don't know how I managed to find all the little sharp things to poke myself with, but I do. And I look like I've been through a war. There we go. We don't want to get anything on that white paper. I would just die. And why is it when we're working on white, that's when everything happens? Okay, so we now have 3 very long sheets put together. Let's grab our chipboard. I like to lay it out first. We do have somewhat of a configuration here. So to my left, this is that first sheet. There's a seam right there. I'm just going to set this down. This is my, will be probably the front cover, then a spine. I like my spines to be on one of the seams if possible. And this is not, yeah, that is going to be possible so far. So we have a cover piece, we have a spine piece, then we have a cover piece, okay, then we have a spine piece. This is where we'll have to do some adjustments. And then we have the back cover. Now, if you notice, this, here's a seam right here, and this is not very much room when I bend it. I really don't want to have problems, so I'm going to try and put the seam here then. I'm going to move this down, and I really don't know, you know, a true formula for doing this other than just laying it down and trying it out. And it looks like with my 1/4 inch spacing, this piece of chipboard will fall about 1/3 of the way in. At least I know that seam will be on a solid surface. And this seam also, I'm going to just move it a hair because we have more basically coverage. So I can get this more in the center. There we go. So here's your layout. I'm calling the big ones your cover piece, your spine. Cover piece, spine, cover piece. So we want to start, I always start with my spine on the left-hand side. Try and leaving, and you can mark it, try and leaving it basically where it's going to be. When I cut my score tape sheets, I cut, these were the pieces left off, and they're going to work just great on my spine. And I'm just going to put them down the center. Now, these are going to be a little short, is all, the way I cut them. So I'll just add for that coverage down there at the bottom. Never use the score tape sheets. Oh, what a lifesaver. Now, I like to use a ruler, especially my quilting ruler. It's beautifully marked. It's a large surface, and I use it on everything. So I'm able to, oh, let's get some things moved here before we have an accident. Like I said, we are working with a very large piece. So I like to put my ruler down so I have 1 inch at the top and 1 inch at the bottom. And this ruler, so I can put my forearms on there. Here's my seam. Now I want to place down my chipboard, pushing against the ruler, and I'm holding the ruler taut with my other hand, and down you go. And it's beautifully placed, and you don't have to worry about it going off in La La Land. You know how you're, even though it doesn't really matter once it's decorated, but I love it to just be perfectly straight. Move the glass of water for safety. And I like to use my 1/4 inch score tape as a spacer. If you aren't using a 1/4 inch, you're probably having cracked spines. Now you don't have to use score tape. You can measure it, but I recommend a 1/4 inch so that you don't have any cracks or tears in the spine area. If you don't use score tape, just measure it. If you're going to use your chipboard to measure your spacing, you need 4 pieces of chipboard put together in order to make a 1/4 inch. It's not just 1 or 2, it's 4. So score tape also serves as another purpose. It's going to pull down our paper and hold it nicely in those spaces between the chipboard. So it does serve another purpose. This is the point in my crafting that everything starts to get buried. Now, a lot of you might think that using a full sheet is overkill, but if you've ever had an album cover that buckles, think of it as wallpaper, and you want a nice firm surface. You want this adhered down. You don't want any issues with your covers, and they will last for generations if you do quality, putting it together. So, ruler at the 1 inch. And I can use my forearms. I know I have my space. Okay. So I'm going to, with my arms, I'm holding that down nice and tight. Then all I have to do is push my chipboard against it. Keep it on the edge of the score tape. If you overlap it a little, that's okay. The score tape will still, that can come off. Your cover will not move. And it's perfectly straight. So now we need to do another cover piece. And when your covers are easy to put together, when you're not unrolling the score tape and squeezing the bottle, when this just takes that extra work out that actually makes it enjoyable. I used to hate to do the covers. In fact, I sometimes didn't get tutorials done because I wasn't going to do the covers. They seemed to take forever, about an hour and a half, and now this has cut it down to about half an hour. I can put a cover together. It takes time, and it takes a lot of score tape. And voila. I do sell these in the store at countrycraftcreations.com, and they're so worth the $1.87, I think, or $1.98. Okay, we're going to put it down. Plus, I don't go through my rolls anymore. I'm just holding this ruler with my thumb, pushing against that chipboard, and I have a perfectly straight cover starting. So now I can go to an angle so you can see. Put my 1/4 inch down. Now the next one is our spine piece, another spine, and that's my seam, so we're okay. It is a little close for comfort, but it still has a solid area to catch. So we'll be fine. It won't pop or anything. These are my pieces from when I cut my score tape. Now this type of score tape you can tear. Tears just like regular score tape, and you can also cut it. Is that too thick? You can cut it in your cutter. Just like you do normal score tape. You can punch this. You can use your punches, and you can punch shapes and make stickers. So if you like to make your own embellishments, this and the 6x6 sheets are awesome. So once again, I'm putting my ruler down, putting my arms on it to hold it tight. Whoa, don't let go. There we go. That was pure luck on my part. Score tape, spacer. And score tape sheets. So far, we have put this together, our album cover here, this part. We have done it in about 15 minutes. I've got the timer, so we will have it put on this part in 15 minutes. And that has just cut out probably 3/4 the amount of time that I used to spend. And then another thing, I don't use anything extra. So I don't use tie-back, I don't use, and that, again, is totally up to you, but with this cardstock linen, a quality cardstock, I don't think I need it. I don't need it. You may want to use it, and that's just fine. I think it's an extra step that's not needed, and it's a waste of money if you're having to buy it. But don't be mad at me, because it's still personal preference. You have to do what is comfortable for you, regardless of what anybody says, especially me. So now I want to use my ruler. You can put this in your cutter. For this part, I just take my box knife and my ruler. Using that, and then we're going to repeat. Now on this coming up part, I will use my score tape. You have to use the rolls, or you have to use your wet adhesive. Oh, keep this. I forgot. These are going to be our closures for the waterfalls. Now you have a perfectly straight, inline cover in the making. With your bone folder, you don't have to, but I really like to go over these edges right here where we've joined the paper. and break the fibers. Now, if you're using this linen cardstock, you know the cardstock you're using, so you'll know what you need to do or don't do. I'm just going to, do a manual type score. But this is pretty tough, this linen, our artisan cardstock. Okay. Now I'm just going to push against the chipboard. Again, you'll feel it kind of bend and break. Now, when I did that, I started to form a square, and what I like to do is, like I said, in certain ways, I just take my scissors and I cut that square out. This method will give you a absolute perfect corner every time. It won't be too short. You don't have to worry about if your chipboard is being covered. It's like quilt corners, or if you're making a box. What I do is bend one over and then I bend the other. See how perfect? And if for some reason anything's hanging over the edge or you need to trim it up, you can trim it up and you're good to go, and you still have a beautiful corner. I like to take that one over first and the top down, because if it's hanging over the edge, you will then miter it. But I want you to see something. See this where the chipboard comes? Keep your scissors away from there. Keep it squared. Don't cut that corner. If you cut your corner, that's when you start having holes. So see, if I want to take a little of this off, take your scissors to the side, totally ignoring that square corner. No guesswork, no tools. It's done. And the frustration is gone. That's the whole thing. That was another one. I always knew if I went to cut that corner, well, I never knew. I never knew. Was the corner going to come out okay? And I said, there's got to be a different way. So now I'm going to remove all this backing of the score tape now. It's easier if you get rid of it now. Still can be done if you forget. And the whole thing about crafting, it's supposed to be fun and not stressful, even though sometimes it is. Because we go off of sleep deprivation. Find ways to make it easier for you and do them. Don't do them because you think the tutorial says so or someone has told you. You do it because it's easy for you, period. Because crafting does not have a user's manual. It's all about creativity. I think once we do that and take the creativity out of it, and it's you have to do it this way, or you have to do it like mine, it becomes no fun no more. It's not fun. We become stressed. And crafting is so happy, so we don't want to be stressed. Just put that score tape on that edge. Even with all my babbling, 20 minutes. Look at this. We're doing great. Okay. You'll also want, well, I use a wick adhesive, so I suggest your art glitter glue. I learned this from another crafter. Been doing it now since she taught me years ago because it's fabulous. So we'll get that ready. We are going to remove And I've got another cut on my finger. Isn't that just crazy? Okay, we're going to leave it alone. Didn't go quite through. We're going to remove all the backing to the score tape. We're just going to get rid of it. Now, it doesn't matter if you start with these long edges or the short edges. You just want to make sure if you're going to start with short edges, you do both short edges before you do the long edges. I always start with my long. I know some crafters that do their ends first. Okay, now, I realize you won't be able to see. There we go. So now I'm going to take a bead of the glue along my chipboard. Actually, I like to put it there first. What it does is it just has enough moisture that it's going to help this paper bend. And I teach this in every tutorial. Paper is somewhat of a fiber. It is a fiber. It's fabric. It will bend and it will pull. So when you're going over this chipboard, pull it. Pull it. Have you ever had it where there's a space at the top and you can't fix it? So pull. Even if it doesn't feel like it's stretching, trust me, it is. Even if it's just a minute amount. But it has, see it stretched enough, it just laid down on that side. It knew exactly where to go. Now, take something that is not sharp. I take it along the edge here. And not only is that, see how beautiful and smooth? I always love this part now. I used to hate it, and I wouldn't even show it on camera. I had no idea what this was going to look at like. It was going to be wrinkled, and I just knew it was going to be a mess. Not anymore. Part of it is thanks to Terry of Terry's Scrapbooking that, you know, I watched, and she did a guest design spot, and she's like, oh yeah, I use it on all of my covers. And it does make a world of difference. Now, I've covered it with Gravik 45 to try it out. It worked beautifully, but I'm going to be honest with you, after some wear and tear, it does eventually wear thin on the edges. It's just the type of paper. So, but I know that it will help with any of your papers on these edges if you add that line of glue. Remember, hold down. Pull it down and pull it down so that your finger, you feel it. But I'll tell you what, it just lays gorgeous. Then if you have any creases, they'll just come right out. Gently bone folder the edge. And the whole thing is, these little techniques, especially if they work for you, you'll love them. I mean, and it's going to give you a finished project that you love and you're proud to show. Oh, before we bend these over, just check and make sure there's no tape or ugly things sticking out. And you'll see these will go down really easy. Now, instead of pulling, I'm pushing them behind. And when your work turns out the way you envisioned it, and it's gorgeous, you're happy. And I have a piece of lint there. There we go. It's a world of difference on how you feel about the project. Got a little extra glue there, so I better spread that out. and your corners will look fabulous. No holes. Now, we've got some bending to do, so with the bone folder, and I like this one, it has a very blunt end. So what we're going to do is we're going to push down that top paper so that it catches the score tape. And you should be able to bend it flat with no cracking or anything. Okay, so this is going to fold up just like your normal books. Again, that should lay flat. Move it back and forth depending on the paper that you're using. And then I just either run a finger. Now, this sometimes will have a little bit of a bumpy appearance, but it'll work out. Now, we're kind of doing this backwards, okay? We're now pushing this out. So see how that's going to push out, okay? Because what's going to happen now is we need to go ahead and just still stick that down. Just go slow. What I'm wanting is this top layer of cardstock to catch that score tape so it doesn't pooch. And it might pooch at the beginning. Gosh, I've got little pieces of the art glue everywhere and it's comes off. So we will fix this spine. It'll be a lot nicer when we're done. Go ahead and look at now. Now we have a do-si-do album. Right, that. Now we have an album. And see that seam landed in a pretty good place, so I'm happy. And you'll still be able to decide which one will be your front cover and which one will be towards the back. And this is what it will look like. Now we need to cover the inside. And we want to cut 3 more sheets of our cardstock. Now this is 9.5. And only 12. I think we only need 2 for the inside. We only need 2. Only need 2. I'm going to cut it 9 5/8, and I'm going to leave it 12. So two more pieces at 9 5/8 by 12. No, I'm sorry, 9 3/8. It's 9 3/8. Let me see. Oh, no, we do need that third. No, you don't. That's what this is for. Okay. It's been a while since I made it. So there we go. Now this piece was that other piece we cut off the other side of our cover, and it now, see, it will overlap with enough to hold it down. Now, if that's not enough for you, you definitely can cut another piece. But the reason we're putting this in the middle is it gives these two, so we have a nice solid front. We don't have any connection pieces, and this is where our spine will go. I don't know, maybe I won't use that. I think I will cut one that's just a little bit wider. So I'm going to cut a piece that's 5 by 9 3/8. There we go. I'm going to grab the score tape sheets again. Now, the beauty of these is they are going to sit this way. We will just use a little extra on the bottom, and we're going to use the pieces from if you cut your sheet for the cover. Move those so we don't have any accidents. And the thing is, hold this tight. You're going to want to get it as close close to the top as possible. Don't worry if it wrinkles. Okay, this is really thin film tape. It will smooth out. Now, areas like this where I did get a little bit off, that's where my art glue will come into play, and it works beautifully. I'm going to remove this backing, and I'm going to grab these pieces. I do have a Xeron machine. I have used it before, and I just think it's too messy, and it's actually a lot more expensive than the score tape. So I went back to using my score tape, and I had gotten the Xeron machine, the big nice one for Christmas. I'm like, I'll use it for other things. I'm just not going to use it for my mini albums. It was too messy. Now, one thing, once you're at this phase, don't let this fall over and catch your desk, because you won't get this piece up. Let me tell you, it's down. I've gotten it on my mat before. It fell upside down, and that was it. It was a booger to get off. There's the backing there. And I think I'll do on this one is just use my 3/8. And along the edge I go. Just going to put a little, oh, this man guy give goodnight kisses. Good night, honey. Love you. Put your tooth under your pillow. So both grandkids today lost their teeth. Each one of them lost a tooth. So they both have one to put under their pillow. Kind of exciting. Kiss. Oh, kiss number 2. I told everybody. Good night, swear. You lost your tooth.
Yeah, it's my second one.
Yeah.
Look, can I show?
Oh, they can't see, honey, the way the camera is. I told them. They know. Good night, guys. And then our cover should fit beautifully with just the tiny bit of border. And yes, I'm sorry, it's bedtime rituals. You will hear the toilet flush or the kids scream. I apologize. But it would take hours to get this all edited out. And you know, life happens, so that's life. Okay, now the next piece, so we're going to put down at the right-hand side, that's where that connection piece will be. Didn't realize it's very late. So we'll get this part done, and we are moving right along on this tutorial. And I love when it goes on perfect, and it had to have been the kisses from the grandkids, so. The room's just across from my studio. Okay. You know we need to cut that, so I'll just pre-cut it. And down that goes. Oh, shoot. How on earth did we pick this up? My notes. Actually, I really don't want to put glue on top of score tape. I'll just tear this piece. White paper, score tape with no backing, becomes a magnet for everything you don't want near it. Okay. And move this one and along the bottom. Okay, now this whole process that would have taken me an hour and a half, a good hour and a half, doing it all manually, has just cut this down. But we are only at 34 minutes, even with my mouth running a mile a minute. So you can see the time you do save with these score tape sheets. Okay. Just kind of match it and bring it straight over. And just make sure your edges, those edges really good, especially in that spine area. I heard it kind of crack in there a little bit, so I know that I got all the air out, just that little bubbly sound. Okay. Now for the center. Now on this one, I do have some leftovers from another project. Down that one goes. Match this to the edge. And a 3/8 of an inch across the top. I'm just going to add, whoops, make sure I didn't hit my keyboard. Just a little bit on that edge, a little bit on that edge. Okay, now we've got lint from some other lace I was using. So now we want to just match top and bottom. You know, making sure we're even with the there on the bottom and the top. Everything should just lay really nice when you do this cover, because you don't have a lot of cutting to size on these pieces, because we're leaving them at 12. Now, we need to grab our bone folder or whatever you like to use, and we want to encourage that paper to grab the score tape, and see, it'll start making a beautiful crease. It'll just be there, it's perfect, and you won't have quite the flexibility, but you'll have quite a bit. Because now your album cover is becoming stronger. See, that'll start smoothing out. Now, we have to do just a little extra work here. First, we're going to find it. There it is. So, let me turn it this way. First, we're going to bend up. Now, determine what you want for your front. Mine ended up with this. Actually, they're both going to be front, but I mean, this will be the front when it's sitting. So my right-hand side now is going to be bent backwards. So go ahead and turn it over, because now we want to work on this seam. And we want to now form this seam. Now the score tape has already pinched those sheets of paper together. So they're not going to, they shouldn't buckle or bend. You'll have to do, you know, some moving back and forth. Moving back and forth. And you still have time if you decide, oh, see, I want all this piecework on the inside because we're going to cover it. I mean, it's going to be covered anyway, but it's going to be behind our waterfalls. So this you're not going to see. And then you can decide also, do you want, are you a lefty, righty, how you want your album to cut, close, and open. Because you can have it open this way and this way, or turn it this way if you want a left-handed or right-handed, whichever. So it's going to be stiff. Just work it. As you can see with the spacing, you can move your album cover, and there's no problems. We will have closures on this, but we're not going to do those till last. But this is your do-si-do album. Now, the whole thing took us 40 minutes. Isn't that awesome? Using those score tape sheets. The next thing we want to do is our first set of hinges will go on this first spine. And you can now open your book to work on it if you need. I'm leaving it that way so you guys can see. And just look, center it where you want it to be. Remove the score tape backing. I think that polka dot looks really cute on here. Okay, there we have our hinges. For the waterfall base, you're going to want to cut 2 pieces, and it can be the white cardstock or it can be the matching cardstock. But you're going to want 2 pieces that are 7 by 7 3/4, 2 of those. Then I'm going to use white, so you want 2 on each side, and I cut these at 2 inches by 7, so there's 4, 2 for each side. And then for the closure, these are 3 inches by 1.5, just 2 of those. So we can set those aside. Now you've already made your envelopes. So now we want to put them down on the base, just like we would, excuse me, if this is a waterfall. And I'll be using my art glue. Now I'll be putting them on this way. And your base is what helps keep everything straight and aligned. Now, if you're really good at keeping things straight, you could just lay these down on the inside of the book. But that is not my my stronger point, getting things straight. Okay. Now, this second one. Now this one will go down where the first one ends is where this one starts. Glue up first. We'll get smeared around. And the last one. So you can kind of see from that angle, see where it ends is where the next one will start. Make sure everything's pretty much straight. Okay, now this bottom piece, somehow it sticks out of mine just a little bit. So I'm just going to mark it. I do want to cut mine. You don't have to. Just double check. Yes, I did. I am cutting mine off. The thing, it's always better to cut your paper a hair longer just in case, you know, you don't want it too short. It's always easier to trim. So I just made it even. Now, when it comes to these guys, let's go ahead and put this in the scoreboard. And I just, I'm telling you, everything's getting buried. Where did I just put my bone folder? Here it is. No, that's not the right one. That one will go right through my paper. Here we go. My lightweight one. So I'm just going to score it 1/2 inch. And because we need to go over the top, then I'm going to score it 1/2 inch, 3/4. The same with this one, 1/2 inch, 3/4. Let me go ahead, 1/2 inch and 3/4. This will be for the opposite side. Now, when it comes to these little guys, it's totally up to you. I just wrap mine, so I don't, let's see, let me show you. So it will be wrapped. Now, if you want to, one thing you can do is when you put it on here, then you can put this kind of in the middle, and it would just be, wouldn't quite be the 1/2 inch. Whoops. It'll be just a hair up because you do need this to be tight. This is going to be like the slider where our bottom piece will come up through. So 1/2, and then that one wasn't quite the 1/2. And that's what you can do, or you can just fold it around, and I'll show you. So we'll go ahead and put our scores so that we have that gusset there, because we have quite a thickness to go over. Okay. Now you can measure, find your center. Or you can eyeball it. Here, I moved my camera earlier. Let me just adjust a little bit here. Bring it in. Okay, so that one will go right there. Again, eyeballing it or finding my center. Whoops. I always forget to turn that phone off. Now, this piece we'll put around in just a minute. Now, you do want these two guys, they need to line up like so. So I just hold it, apply my wet adhesive, and there we go. Make sure we are lined up. And then we get, sorry, we had a little musical player here for a moment. Okay. Now, I like mine to be at the back. And then this piece will slide through. And that kind of serves, well, nothing like getting it on totally crooked. Serves a couple of purposes. It makes it so I don't have to have magnets. You know, it's really quiet till Mom and Grandma, you know, we get on the phone or we start recording and they find us. Now, this is going to slide through here. So the main thing is you want to leave enough space. And hold on, just for this to come through, kind of like a belt. And you want enough room that will pull up. And the reason this is longer, it's going to help hold this down better. So. And you do want this a little bit tight. We'll hold this one for a moment. Now this one, see, even though I scored it there, I'm going to just bend it over a little bit more. That's why I just hand do it. I don't really worry about scoring these. And let's just let this dry for a second. Burnish those down good. How did I manage to put that on the wrong side? Well, that's okay too. So instead, mine will go from the bottom up. I may have gotten that too tight. I did, so I should have left my score lines there. Where I had them, so do make sure this is a little bit bigger. Okay, I'll be covering that with paper so no one will know. There we go. Okay, let me try this again. Let me put it on the bottom where it belongs. And you do, if you scored it like I did, leave it that way. You need it to be a little bit bigger. Okay. So where I showed you to score it on the scoreboard, that was the right way. Much better, much better. Then you just pull those. Then we'll cover it with paper, use a cut apart to do a really cute pop and do a pop-up dot. That's what I did on this one. And while I have my book, I'm just going to do a quick measure from the top, 1 1/4 inches. And we're going to repeat with this one, and I just need to cut one more of these. 1 1/2. So I'll set that aside. I know one of the, oh, I already know the markings. So my first one was at that 1/2 inch. The other one was 3/8. So 3/8 and 1/2 is what I ended up scoring. And let's grab 3 more of our envelopes. Should fit perfectly side to side. And where that one ends, your next one just starts. And on this paper, I have to really make sure there's no glue, because it is not very friendly when it gets stuck here. Not like the linen where I can just wipe it off. And then see, sometimes it will match perfectly. Just depends on your cutting. So that one matches. I don't even have to trim the bottom. It's funny how sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And glue. And 3. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this this one kind of next to it. So I match a little bit as to where these go, so that it looks the same basically on each side. Just line those two guys up together. Another thing you can do also, use your clothespins. bottom piece is where this one will go. And there we go. Now we can put these into our book. Oh, before we do, we definitely want to mat these 2 pages. So I need to grab that paper, grab a bite to eat, and I will be back in just a few. And you can grab your pages, and you're going to love how easy these top loading pages go on. So grab your first one, and basically it is going to slide right onto your hinges. But I like to start with the very last one. I don't know, I grabbed my first one. There we go. There's really no way to get these wrong because they just go right on. Just open that up. The only thing is, you don't have that, you can't put your hand through. There we go. I slide it on till it hits the bottom. Can't go any further. And yes, it's touching the bottom, but watch what happens when I lay this down. For some reason, and this gives me trouble because it just feels weird. Let me feel it. Okay, there we go. I lay it down and I'm pushing against that hinge so that it now spread and it has a little, about a 1/16 of an inch. See, it's going to lay flat. And I'm going to bend it backwards. For this, I do like this bone folder. And it's going to lay almost flat. And it's flat. When your pages are put on properly, and you don't ever want to just put them on like this and put them together, because it's not, you're going to have that sticking up. Plus you have this 1/2 of an inch instead of a 1/4 of an inch, so you're ensuring you've got plenty of room. And when you push your pages down, you're basically telling it it's supposed to lay down. And so we are going to now push this all the way to the end. Grab it before it sticks. I'm pushing against the bottom and I'm laying it down so that I'm making sure everything is matching. I have about a 1/16 of an inch. So I know my page will go back and forth nicely. Okay, pushing down, so I'm laying it over. Now, if you don't know the type of paper you're working at with, be gentle, but this is there's so many uses. This bone folder is awesome. It's the bone folder, basically, and it's rounded. There's no sharp. It's just smooth. This one is great for my creasing. This one is great for my, so, you know, it does a lot of different bone folders actually can serve different purposes. So there's our three pages. And they should all just really move nicely. Room that we are going to be able to, this album isn't done. There will be some more embellishments, but I'm going to be putting a pocket. We are going to make an envelope because I love the envelopes. In fact, I'll be probably doing two with a note from Mommy and a note from Daddy. So really cute. Another pocket. So see, we still have room, and I still have room for my flowers and embellishments on this one. And I will get this done before summer's over because I love it. So anyway, we can now move on to adding our really cute little flaps here. So I do this every time. I just stop and marvel that I actually put something together and it went together well. So let me go ahead and clean up, make room for our next phase of the video. Let's see, move the camera just here. You know, I'm really sorry. I don't know. I hope you aren't seeing the lines that I'm seeing through. It's the time of day and the lighting. So we need to now mat the inside of the back covers so we can put the waterfalls down. And I went ahead and cut mine. They are just barely 7.5, and then by 9.5, so 9 5/8, 9 5/8, and then I did barely 7.5. And I did go ahead and ink them using the vintage. No, I used linen, the Bo Bunny. I've got Bo Bunny on the brain today. Prima. If I was to make this album again, and I will, I'll be honest with you, I don't think I would have chosen the color of the double dots that I did. I would have stuck with the spectrum papers from, you know, Authentque, the ones that are made to match. Let me get another diaper wipe, a dry one. I would stick with the ones that are, you know, made to match, but I really wanted to try out the Bo Bunny double dot. I do love the Bo Bunny double dot paper. It has to do with the color of, every company has their own color, basically. I mean, it does look okay. I don't think I would go with this blush again. I was just really excited to use it. I loved it. I mean, I still love it. Okay. I need to move this. So from the top, really, this is just kind of also a preference as to where do you want this. I want it a little more at the top. So what we'll do is we'll measure after, before I put it on the other side. And you want it to be, yeah, but no, you don't have to have it centered. You can decide what you want from top to bottom. But you want this one to definitely match the other side. And I am going to use a little extra. And, you know, I got into a conversation with a very famous designer, so I expect so much about the glue. And no matter what, a glue is wet, and it's going to cause your paper to wrinkle. And I have to tell you, I did disagree. Because the art glitter glue, it is a water base, and you see me use a lot, and I have had a few questions on it. You know what? I've never had it wrinkle my paper. So for some of you who are wondering, Also, why I don't use it on my cover, you know, that's just kind of personal choice. I still prefer my sheets of score tape. It just works faster, and I just know that it's not going to be bulky, because there's times you can get stuff in your glue and it will be bulky. You know, you get the little bits and pieces, so that hopefully will answer. But I've never had the art glue ever wrinkle, even peon paper, so no, I'm not afraid to use it at all. Like I said, I had some questions about that, so I thought I'd just quickly address them. So there's the first one, and I'll go ahead and mat this first, and then even this paper is a little, you know, it's smooth, so it's a little different texture than the Bobeni. And no, it doesn't wrinkle, so. Kind of center that back. I was going to look if it had the ingredients here, because you know they usually, I'm not sure on our products, they don't have the ingredients, because it kind of is a secret ingredient. You know, our food, they have to list everything, the ingredients in order. I don't think they have to on glue, because we're not hopefully going to eat it. I explained this early on also. I will be doing all of this left-hand side. When I do the other side, it's going to be identical, so I won't be doing that on camera. I will do the cover with you, but I'm going to be honest, we are getting ready for our retreat in St. Louis, so I don't know if I will get it completely done before I leave the first week in August for a walkthrough, so we'll get quite a bit of this done. Just wanted to let you know. So if you are looking for a walkthrough, you probably won't see one. So that is basically how I kind of measure. And then I eyeball it. You can also measure. And I'm just going to make a little tick mark. So that little pencil mark is where I know I need to put my page. A little extra on there. Okay. Now there's my little mark. Nothing squishing out of the sides. Oh, that's right. I had to tear that off early on. That will be hidden under our pattern paper. So here we have month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, 5, and 6. And then this will go back this way. I'm getting my cover dirty. That's what happens when you work with white. And I usually really go over my mat really good with, I use hand sanitizer, so it cleans it really well. I should have done that. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and let's do what we need to do on the front cover. And the first thing that I did, well, I had these little cut aparts with this one. So I'm going to grab my paper collection. Bring my scoreboard back. And it does work better if you can just lay that flat. And you should be able to lay your cover pretty flat. So we will be doing some fussy cutting here. We'll be using our sticker sheet and we will mount our stuff. And I will be using a lot of this one for the embellishing of the inside of our albums. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make a little tuck spot. And I'm missing one. There's another sheet. Let's see, it must still be in the bag because it has the one when the baby is born. There it is. So, especially the day you arrive. And what I'm going to do is fussy cut this. So I'm not going to cut it on my cutter. Now you can do a couple of things. If you want to have a little in the background so that it shows, or you can actually just take this and mat it. That's not big enough. It's going through, oh goodness, I'm hoping I have a scrap big enough. Well, I've got this and it's pretty much a scrap. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to adhere this right down. Because you do want strength. You want this to be strong. It's really not a lot of glue. It just looks like it with this fine tip. Makes it so it's nice and thin. So this will be not only a cute little place to journal, but you'll be able to put cards behind it. All right, let's let that dry for a minute. So once I get that down, then we'll come back. And then across the back here, I'm just going to make a pocket. And what I'm going to basically do, I'm going to lay this down here, because I really liked this Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. And I'm doing this one as a faux pocket, and I'm not sure, I may be using Sweet Baby. And the nice thing is, see, these pages, because we made them 6, so these cards will also fit. And actually, this is going to be a great pocket. And I call this the faux pocket. So let's go ahead and just separate that. And the fact that it's going the right direction helps. Now we need to cut it just a hair more so. Yeah, let's cut it down. I want to cut it down to my matting. And to kind of keep it even there, I want to cut a little from both sides. Now, just go ahead and grab a scrap. And this is what I mean by a faux pocket. So I'm going to cut about 1.25 inches. And the thing is, you can also scallop this. You can And that's what I think we'll do. Let's make it look really cute. But I want it to be the exact same length. I'm going to grab my border punch. I know I should have done this beforehand. Definitely need something lacy and cute for a baby. Well, that does. Oh, it's done. That's why. Oh, pay attention here. That's why I couldn't get it to rest on that bar. I did it again. It's Friday night. I'm just so excited I get to craft. So see, this is why I call it a faux pocket. We're just going to have it kind of like reinforcing that top where the cards will go down in. And sometimes it's what happens when we might cut on that fisters. Sometimes it's just more convenient when I'm on camera here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to straighten it up on my big cutter. Much smoother, much nicer. Oh, but that one corner there. Ugh. No, I'm not gonna like that. Ugh. I'm just gonna recut. Now I'm going to show you what I'm going to actually do here. I'm going to change those pages, and you'll see why in just a second. I'm so used to doing things live, I should probably turn the camera off. Sorry, but I picked a different card. Yep, and we do need to trim it down. And I'm just taking a 1/16 of an inch off at a time. I want to make sure I don't take off too much, because you can't put it back. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. The first one that I did, I'm going to actually, sorry, I need to move the mouse. I accidentally knocked or hit it off. I'm going to put this on the front instead because it says baby's first year for a pocket. Then we'll put the tuck spot on the opposite. So I'm just going to change these guys around because I really like that. So when I do these little faux type pockets, and actually you can line that whole thing if you want. And I hope you guys aren't getting the glare I got. The time of the day. But see, now I won't be messing with the edge when I push down my mats. And the whole thing is, you don't want a lot of bulk because you've got a lot of bulk, and then I want to put some flowers. So this is why I didn't make the full pockets, but you actually could. But I just found that this lays a lot nicer and flatter. But you do have room, so you can change that up definitely if you want to make pockets before you mat. Okay. And really, this isn't a a huge pocket to hold maybe just some pictures, but I'll make a mat to go in there. It'll hold quite a few. And then I do want to make sure everything is down on the edges. Okay, now we can cut our tuck spot. Should be dry. Yeah, see, and it's pretty heavy. It's nice and heavy. So we have to fussy cut here. Now by itself, it wouldn't be strong enough. I'm going to cut that off and get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and cut the stork's feathers. This does take a little bit longer because you do want to go slow. And a really good pair of fussy cutting scissors with a smooth blade is what you want. I have the little mini Tim Holtz scissors, and I love them for a lot of things. But I don't like them for fussy cutting because they make those little, he has those ridges in the scissors. I'm not sure why, but they will leave ridges in your paper. So I really love these EK Success ones that you can get at Hobby Lobby, Joann's. Use your coupon. And when they are on sale, they'll go on sale for 30% off. I'll buy a couple of pair because I like to have them. Okay, so there, it's nice and strong, but I still want to now go around my edges because even the most talented fussy cutters, I can guarantee you, inking your edges is what hides all the imperfections because you're going to get a little bit of imperfections. There's not much you can do. So on this, though, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to put the adhesive on this side and this side. So my tags won't fall out. Go up just a little bit on the side. I'll flatten that down a little bit more. That edge down. See, and we'll be able to put, whoops, I forgot to turn that off. We'll be able to put our tags inside of our book. Now for the next pocket that we're going to do right here, you're going to want your, let me turn this up, we're going to want our envelope punch board. So let's get our envelope punch board, and these are going to be, I actually just did one envelope in the last one, so I want to make two smaller envelopes. So our pages, we're going to go 8 inches, so each one I want to make about 3.5 by probably, I don't think we want to go 5. I'm going to go 3.5, yeah, 3.5 by 5, and those are going to be those two little envelopes I talked about, where I'm going to have one that says Mommy and one that says Daddy. So letters from Mommy, letters from Daddy. I made one of the envelopes to make sure it was the right size, because I did make another one, and it was just a little too big, but I'll use it elsewhere. So I thought I better make one off camera real quick. So this is the 3x4. So you'll want to cut your paper at, there's so much stuff on here, the 6x6 side. I got glue everywhere, and we're going to score this at 2 5/8. I mean, we're going to punch at 2 5/8. Score. Turn and just make sure you line up the score line now with this lip if you've never used your envelope punch board. You can even make those really tiny envelopes, like the tags and pockets with Graphic 45 with your envelope punch board. You can make little ones. So I keep my envelope punch board quite handy. Now, we want to make sure, see, these are shorter than these. This is our top and bottom, the wider part. Once I'm done with it, and make sure I want the green in. So my idea on this was, you know, to put a card from Mom and a card from Dad, or just anything you want. And we will be using a sticker from the sticker sheet for a tuck spot, and I'll show you. And then this is also going to be a pocket. So if you have your sticker sheet, what you want is basically a smaller one, like adorable. But if you're not like super great with fussy cutting, don't choose one of the more intricate ones, just to warn you. So there's one, and go ahead and grab a scrap. Oops, that's not a scrap. The one I had, because you will want to back it. And we find another one that's pretty simple to cut. Sorry, I know this takes time sometimes. This is why on camera and me decorating. Well, you know what? This one will be cute. Eat, sleep, repeat. And I'll tell you why. I have a punch. And I believe, I think it's gonna work. I'm just going to touch that a little bit to get rid of the sticky. You can even use an eraser, a powder. There's a lot of different things that will help de-sticky it. You can just do a powder. There we go. So I just rubbed my eraser over it and got rid of that sticky. Now I can use it. Using it as, oh, there's a tuck spot to hold that down. So you kind of want to look to see where it's going to go. Yeah, and you want to make sure you're not going to be over the flap. Seeing it to just a little tuck spot. I just want to ensure I dry that. And you don't have to use a sticker. You could actually just use the punch and cut a couple of circles. I would double them, the strength, so it holds the flap down. There we go. Oh, I've lost my other one. I don't want to lose that one. All right, once again, I'm just going to, now this one, I'm actually going to put a dot of glue right there, and then a little along the bottom. I mean, just a little. Oops, and get it straight. And then I can grab my book, move my mouse so I don't turn off our video. One here. I'm going to stagger them. Now, you want to remember, you want to only put your adhesive on the two sides and the bottoms, that you also can use this as a pocket. And I don't know if you can see, there's dots, little dots, very faint in the paper, so I'm using those as my lining up. Well, I'll just use this since it's handy. The same thing here. And I'll use my line of dots there, line of dots at the bottom. And then I can even put something cute there if I wanted from the sticker sheet. Now, for instance, I don't have any 3x4 cards cut. You can see that will be a place that I will stick some of the 3x4 cards. And, or these are really cute, the alphabet cards. So I'm going to cut some of these down off my large cutter so that they're nice and smooth. So like that says G for girl, so I could choose this one to be for girl, B for boy or brother. And see, that will stick over the top, and that's okay. I can cut it down. So I might even cut some of these down. I'm going to go ahead and put all four of these here. Now, you can cut these down and also slide them into, actually you don't have to cut them down with the 3x4 that we did. They're going to fit in there perfect. H is for happy birthday, and then you could also have that. That would be good on the other side, but I'm just going to stick that in there. It makes for a really cute, fun for play dates. All of them have such a cute saying on them. So I'll be moving those around, but that will give you kind of the idea of what we'll do on that page. So the next page, I did another tuck spot, but I don't want to waste this envelope. So I'm going to go ahead with this envelope. It's a larger envelope. So I'm going to use this one here. Yeah, we're going to have to go straight, since I already have it made. Now let me show you what I did on here. So see, I had some acrylic pieces that I just put together. So I just did a tuck spot. And again, I want to make sure that I use this as a pocket. using my lettering. Hopefully this, there we go, keep that straight. Stickers. I think we'll go baby's first bath, and I'll do it up here, include the bottom. There we go, come around that corner and the corner. Now, if your corners aren't exactly how you like them, maybe the paper underneath, there we go, you just shape it. Your emery boards, your filing, the squares I get at Hobby or Home Depot are such great crafters tools. This one I will just ink the edges up. So it looks like I'm just going to put, where my finger is, my adhesive down here at the bottom. Down the bottom of the envelope. This envelope definitely will need some more decorating. And then you just tuck it back down underneath the tag, and it will hold it shut for you. Again, I did a pocket, and then, but we're going to reverse it since I put this here. I'm going to put my 2 photo mats on this page, and then I'll do some, I'm trying to watch. I don't want a pocket or anything to get caught, and it should be just fine. So let me grab the back side. See, I'm telling you, this is hard for me. Oh, here we go. No, that was the one I messed up. So I hope you don't get frustrated on the decorating part with me. Baby's first, oh yeah, right here. I'm not happy with what colors match. Grab the one other sheet of cut apart. I think I have the second one. We did not use this one. That was the one I messed up, so I'm going to make my pocket out of this one. So I'm just going to trim it down this time on my cutter. There we go. So that it was nice and straight, and I don't have to mess with that again. Do you remember when we were cutting? I don't know if you remember. You may have had these strips left over. And I had quite a few. So these are perfect. Perfect to place behind here. Cut that right off. rid of that white. I'm going to go ahead and scallop both of my edges. So far, we'll cut down in. I'm going to check this side. Nope, we're good. And I'll do the same with this. The only thing I didn't do was check. Nope, perfect. Oh, just got a hair there I need to cut off. Now, this one's a little wider than the other, but that's okay. I'll just add the adhesive. Then I have that double scallop. Just want to make sure that edge was down. And then we'll just place this down like we did the first pocket. There was one thing I saw that, right here, see the little baby sleeping? I just really thought that was cute. So I'll do that during what I call the decorating stage. Okay, so again, you'll be able to put some cards in here. So on our back page, I'm going to go ahead with 2 photo mats. Let me get back in the camera. 2 photo mats. So I'm going to do them probably the 4x3 again. So you'd be able to take your, 3x4. You'll be able to take your, 3x5 and cut it down. So I do want to use, this cardstock so that it matches. I'm going to cut 2 of these that are the 3x4. Oh, I messed that one up, so let's fix this one. Well, I'm having a hard time with my cutter tonight. All right, we're going to try that again with a different piece of paper. So I'm going to cut it there we go, a different way. I think that's probably a little too big for me. Let me just take a hair off. Okay, so mine are actually 4 by 3.5. I decided to make them just a hair bigger. And I want to grab a punch. I'm going to use my deco punch. For my corners. And I'm going to change this punch out. Sorry, you know, the bathroom's real close, and I have grandkids that just don't shut the door. So you may have heard the toilet flush and everything else, the singing going on. Okay. And I don't want to ink my photo mats. I don't. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just, sometimes with this real soft, delicate paper, and it's not really a shabby look. All right, my first photo mat at the top. Oh yeah, this has a really pretty plain side too that could have been used. But we'll keep the polka dots going. I use my pattern to line things up. It's going to be a really good piece. I got a really cute idea for those, so let's just these are adorable. These are the very vintage looking, so I want to try something. And then Peter Rabbit. And going to bed. And for this one, I'm going to need my pop dots. Short one of the big ones, but that's okay. And this is this is how I take my embellishments or my stickers and you turn them into embellishments. Oh, wish they had one more. But they don't. So we're going to go with those three. This will be a great place for some flat flowers. And with my pop dots, I still had a dot of glue. That one is so precious. We have smaller ones for this. Whoops. Now, our little envelopes. So this part is totally up to you if you want to mat these. I do, but I'll be honest with you for this part because it really is very simple. I won't do this one on camera. I won't be matting these. All you do is cut them down that 1/8 of an inch, and then I cut another one and slide in. And actually, you don't have to. And then you can also make your photo. Now you can make your mats, or you can use your cards here. Now for your mats, because you've got a really nice wide pocket, I would make mine because I'd want mine to poke out. So I'd cut them 5 inches, and I'll cut one, and we'll see how it fits. So this is 5 by 7. So let me cut a mat. I'm going to cut it 5 inches, but I'm going to cut it 6 3/4. Now, one thing to consider too, you can cut the mats, and it's going to take, of course, quite a bit of paper, and it depends on how many you'd want to cut. You may just want to cut one for each, and you still have plenty of room in these accordions. Maybe I want to go a little bit shorter. No, you've got plenty of room in these accordions to add pictures because there's a lot of room in there. And then you may want to go with your Cricut, or if you have dies that you could month 1, month 2 to put on the front. So that's what I would do. But I do want to go ahead and mat these. And when we did these, they're 2 inches. I think they're both the same. So I've got about 2 inches by 6 1/8. So let me check this one for my length. Yeah, 6 1/8. So I need to cut 4 pieces that are going to be the 6 1/8 inch. I'm going to, it's not going to, oh, there we go. Nope, it won't. That would have been great. I have another piece. I think I want to keep with this green theme here. So I want to cut this down to 1 7/8. Now you've got to remember, you want to go the pattern specific. 1 7/8. And I'm going to need a couple of these because I'll cut these at 6 inches. And we need 4. And I don't know which ones I'll put on the other side, so I'll go ahead and just get these cut for the back. And the other one. Oh, okay. Now see, the one I cut it about 6 1/16, so it made the other one too short. So I'll have to recut that. So what I'll do, so I don't have to waste it when I do the other sides, I'll maybe cut these just a little bit shorter so I don't waste those. And then I can use those other pieces that I just cut too short. Oh, you know what though? Wait a minute, that's not an issue. Because I forgot I cut a little scallop, so I'm going to go ahead and use it. That's right. We'll cut that little scallop because it really is, it's cute. Now this one's going to be a little bit tighter. But you can just slide it right through there. And don't worry about that being too short because we're going to cut that scalloped piece. Down. Now, for the inside. I may want to cut one more because we're not going to put the scallop on that other side. So now, one thing with this, don't try and put your band together until this fully dries, or your paper will pop if you've used a wet adhesive. Let me just check this one for length. Yeah, I'm going to have to cut one more. This down on my big cutter. I want to try something while that's drying. So this side, I'm going to go ahead and cut. No, we don't need 1/7/8. What we need is, okay, what I'm trying to look at is where these come up. So I'm going to do something just a little different. So I want to go in the middle of another triangle. There we go. And these need to be then 1 7/8 of an inch long, the same as our matting. I don't know if this will work, but let's try it because I think it'll look cool. So what I want to do here, instead of doing the little scallop I did at the top, I thought this would be a really cute border. Yep, I like it. Now this will sit. Cover that short area there, but you don't want to cover that, of course. And let me see, let me repeat. Now this one, we'll go down here at the bottom. but I don't like the way that cut. Sorry, I know, I'm terrible on camera for decorating. Let me look. What did I do here? So we had a triangle. Okay. Now I just kind of can't decide. There we go. Did I throw that away? Because really, I don't think there was anything wrong with it now, but I think it's just the way the patterns are sitting. Fast forward. I know. I apologize. I'm difficult on camera when it comes to the decorating. And I really hope I'm not the only one that's like this, so indecisive. So I'm making the bottom just so I went, I think a little bit shorter for the bottom. Could actually keep that too. Those corners. Sometimes I just don't have it planned out. Something comes to me and I want to try it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't, but I'm very happy with this. I think that's cute. Much better than just punching the scalloped edge there. Make sure everything's down. This is going to be tight, and that's what I meant. You don't want it to be, you want it to be dry if you use glue. So then just help it round out a little bit because it's now really matted and it's going to be tight, but it'll hold those down just fine. So we need to now cut a piece for here. And then I'll be doing another fussy cut. So that's 1.5. Oh, by the 1 7/8. So I'll cut this one at 1 3/8, and we'll need one for each side if you want to just use the same pattern. 1 7/8. Sit right there. So you could actually just add a flower here, or I'll show you. I fussy cut. The truck was a die cut that came with the Doodle Bops paper. I'll show you. So I put the truck here with pop dots, and I used the house over on this side. But see, this is where I matted, and this is where I'd done the scallop. So now I'll do the same thing on the top of my pockets after I mat them. And that was just the circle punch from our pages, if you remember. I just put 2 of them together and glued it partially down to hold the card. And then that just, well, okay, we'll do you later. So you could also, like I mentioned, just take a flower. This isn't the one I'd use. It's just sitting on my desk. It's kind of mangled. Or we can take a cut apart. And I would go with one of the smaller cut aparts. Or maybe I will fussy cut the blocks. There we go. I do want to keep those letters of So Sweet. Grab a scrap because we want this to be sturdy. other side so we can use it. Just need to touch up right there. Uh-oh, my puppy's over here having a nightmare. You might hear her. One thing I have, and I do love these for some things, but you can see they're 1/2 inches. They're really, really thick. So I'm going to cut them in half. And even cutting them in half, it's still a pretty thick pop dot, but that's okay. These 1/2 inches are really great for a lot of projects. So what I'm going to do is just put that in the middle so you can still see how thick that is. And it's too thick. And I'll just use that for the next one. Right there on that band. I'm going to have to, we're going to have to hold that for a moment. Not long enough, so I'll just hold it. So what I do with this, it's kind of like your belt bands. You just grab each end, try not to move that, and pull them tight. And that's what we're going to do there. And you'll repeat the same thing on this left side. We're going to do the exact same thing. Now, one thing I'm going to use, maybe, I really like that green with that. Let's see if we find another pastel type. Yes, we do. Yellow. And we have, let's see, what have we not used? Oh. And flowers. Oh, and actually that has that pink, so I'm going to go with that. So once again, let's cut our 1 7/8. And another 1 7/8. I'm going to cut 3 this time because I need to cut them just, no I don't. Yeah, I do, because I need to cut them just a hair longer than 6. And then cutting 2 just 6 inches, because that's where we're going to put the Oh, you know what I'm talking about. The ruffle at the top. And I think, oh, you know what? I think that's cute. This one will work on the front. Actually, that one will too. So we're going to use this other side. All neat, because that bunny just came out perfect. Let's see if there's one. Okay, here we go. That way I don't have the baby cut off. The other half of the baby. It won't look so funny. No, the bunny has to go on the front. And I'm making sure it's more down at the bottom. So I'll put that same cut apart up here at the top. Scraps of paper everywhere. Put the boy on top. Time to move things before they go on the floor. And sorry, I know this is down pretty low. You can't. This guy is just too short. This one is too short. I'm not getting what I'm doing here. Oh, there we go. Lost my glue. And I know I'm out of camera down here, but I'm just Maddie. Just working along. In fact, I kind of forgot I was here. Got quiet for a minute. So I ended up using my little guy that I cut off. That's all right. I'll let that dry another minute while I cut this piece. So once again, I had a little strip here. And I believe it was that 1.5 by 1 7/8 for the centerpiece. Oops, right there. But for down here, I need that other 1 7/8 piece to fit across. So I was able to get them both. Just kind of take a peek. Okay. Oh, I have a feeling I just cut that too short. I did. Way too long. Oh, it's okay. I can use the other side. Oh, goodness. So we'll just cut that off. There we go. Yeah. Again, just kind of work that. Push it till it's up all the way. That goes in the center, and so we'll want to go ahead and, well, I want to go ahead and fussy cut another one that will match. And where's our cards? Here they are. And you don't even have to fussy cut. You could actually use, you know, the whole card. So maybe that's maybe what we'll do. Let me grab the sticker sheet. You could even do the blocks again. Okay, right here. A new baby is the beginning of all wonderful things. Now for this, I am going to use my cutter, and I want to just go around those straight edges. Punches look great, or you can just use your scissors, or you can leave it if you want that to just peek through the little bit of color. I'm just going to cut them off. and ink my edge. And I knit, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and take the one that's sticky. Now I'm putting it down right on there so that I get this centered. Okay, and that will need to dry, of course. So we also need, okay, so what you want to do then is go back. Yeah, that's good and dry. Go back if you want to mat these pockets, but we do want to make our tags that fit inside. So you'll cut 3 of them. Now our page was 6, so I'm going to go 5 and 7 5s, and our tag is 9, so I'm going to go 9 1/4. 5 and 7 5s, 5 3/4 by 9 1/4. So let me cut one and make sure it's going to be the size that I want. And if it's the size, then we can cut the rest. And you can get 2 mats out of the one 6 by 6. So see, that's a nice long mat. And these we will want to mat so that they're stronger. But yeah, I thought we're gonna have to go 5 1/2 because of that 1/2 inch. We lose that 1/2 inch because of our hinge. And there is a way to make pages and get around that, but I don't like to do my pages just glued onto my hinge that way. Okay, let's see why. Fingers right there. It's 5 1/2. Okay, we're gonna have to go just a hair shorter. So I took off 1/8 of an inch. Still have a really good size mat. There we go. You can put a 5 by 7 cut down plus a wallet. Now this is where I like to see how much it's going to stick out of the book. And I don't want to cut it down until I cut down all of them the same. So let me go ahead and cut my other mats. And I cut them at 5 3/8 by 9 1/4. So I'm going to cut one more. Okay. I want to put them all in place. I want to see if they're all even, because you know sometimes they're not. Let me set this book up here. And then when we glued the bottom too, see that one's not going to go down any further. Put all your mats in, and don't hit the camera, make you dizzy. That one went down further. And it's very possible. Remember, we glued the bottom. We did have that. Sorry, we hit our maximum time, so shut up. Okay, what I've done is I'm sticking my ruler down in there. A couple of reasons. I'm checking to see on the ruler my width and height. And I had some glue down at the bottom that seeped out, and so I needed to just open it a little bit more. And there we go. That did it. So now my mats are all the same, but I'm going to put my book up. I want to see how far they stick out, because I really don't like my mats to be above my book, and they are. So I'm going to take off 1/8 of an inch. It's such a long book when it's open. So I'm going to put them all together in my cutter, and I'm going to cut off 1/8 of an inch. And let's check that fit. It's a nice long pocket. Okay, that's perfect. It's above the top enough. I can grab it. Now I can cut my mats. Set my work here. It starts to get heavy when we put those envelopes in. So now we have a 5 3/8 inch mat. So I'm going to cut mine down to, my matting is going to be 5 1/4, and it's going to be 8 7/8. 5 1/4 by 8 7/8. And one paper I want to use is from the Easter time collection. Remember the Easter time? So I want to use these polka dots, and use this piece. And then I've got another scrap piece here I can use. So I'm going to get these all cut down. At 5 1/4 and 8 7/8. And this one. Got to get that yellow in there some more. And I don't like to not mat my mats because you got to. So it looks like this is going to be a little too wide. I'm going to cut these down a hair. Much better. Now we have that evenness all the way around. And then remember, the other side is made identical to this side. I mean, if you want it, you could actually just make it a full-on book. And 6 pages on the other side, but mine will be the same, so you'll just watch the video again if you need to remake it. But remember, we made our 12 waterfalls in the beginning, so you should have 6 more waterfalls, and you're going to put them together. Well, we did put them together in the video, but you want to make your back piece mat your inside cover, and do the exact same thing with your pages. And your book is going to be all together. So that's why I'm not going to go through and duplicate that with you, but we're going to do the cover. So I'm going to do the cover and the one spine of this side, and we'll have it completely finished. I'm going to mat it. The only thing that I won't do, I'll do the flat decorations. I'm not going to put the flowers on because you don't want that on there till you're finished working with the other side, or you're going to smash your flowers. And then I promise I will try and get the other side done and a walkthrough done, but I'll be honest with you, it won't be until after the first week of August when we get back from our St. Louis retreat. Whoops. And this Do-Si-Do album, so you know how to make the cover now. You can make this cover, and you can totally just make 5 or 6 pages on each side with this spine. Now, just remember though, with the spine, if you're going to make more than 3 pages, you need to make your gussets smaller. So that is one thing to take into consideration. Or just make your spines bigger. You know, make them wider. Go to 2 7/5. I can't remember exactly what we did. It's been back in the video. Or make them 3 inches, and you've got yourself, oh, That's cute. Oh, I love that. Gotta use it. To heck with the yellow, huh? I know the yellow's cute too. Oh, I looked up and for a minute I thought the recording wasn't on and I had done this. And I was going to be like, oh no. Let's grab our book. Everything's falling. There's that one. And let's see. Seeing it's pretty on the back for more pictures. Oh, this is my stubborn one. So what I'm doing is I'm sticking my big ruler down there and, sorry. Boy, that's being really stubborn. Okay, one thing that I'm going to do on these guys, this flower's too big, so I am going to be putting a smaller flower right there on each one of my pull tabs, or, you know, the mats that we pull out. These are some of the Prima, so that's going to look really cute sitting there. And basically what you do is you just make sure, where's our adhesive? I'll put my adhesive here. These are the Saint Tropez. Glue it up towards the top. And I know I have another package of them in my drawer, so we'll glue another one here so that it's open at the bottom, so when you slide that on. And I could use the blue, but I have the other white one. Nope. So blue it is. Which is just fine. Hold that for a moment. And then you just grab it. Then I just push it forward a little bit so it's, oh, wow. These guys are giving me problems. So it just sits right on top. Then you can go through and make your mats. Add your other cards if you want to here. And then, of course, you can take your stickers. You can add more flowers. Just make sure they're more of a flat flower because you have to have that sort of, you know, laying flat. And then we can do the cover. So this is what we're going to do. Oh, see, I've got that glue from it being my score tape. There we go. So just take your eraser. I mean, it's going to be covered, but I just don't want any lumps underneath it. There we go. So we have a 7.5. I'm at an angle because it's so long. We have a 7.5 cover because of the 1/4 inch here. So it's made it the full 7.5. And I'm cutting mine just about a 1/16 of an inch shorter. And then 9.5. So I'll cut it 9 5/8. And I believe I saved these out just for perfect. Now for the front cover, I want to make sure I get this right hand side because it's, see this baby? It's more babyish. So when I go to do the other side, I will cut from this side and get the birthday cake, a little bit of an older baby. So let me get this one cut. Turn mine upside down for 9 3/8. Excuse me. Let's check the size. Okay. Now our spine, that one and about 1 7/8. And I'm going to use, oh, I thought that was going to be long enough for some reason. 9 3/8. So this is just the back side, or you can go ahead and go on with this, but it will take 2 sheets because of, you know, the width. But that'll do both spines. So let me make sure this. That will be my spine. I don't want to do that though. I'm pushing. I'm going to cut this. Let me just try it a little bit wider. Okay. So what I did is I cut it just a hair under 2 on this one. That one, that was just a little skinny. Open this up flat. Oh, what on earth did I do? I need to trim that. It almost looked like my cutter nicked it. And the spine piece. Now, one thing I'm going to be trying with this album is the new art glitter glue that they made for lace. And I'm going to try it and let's see how it does. It's going to be fun. So now let's get our front mounted. A little bit more. And I had mentioned that we were going to do a closure. And Actually, I've decided not to, not just because, I'll show you why. You really just don't need it. And when you do a closure, let me show you. It is a little bit hard because you don't know on these books because in the way they sit. But one thing that says still is to bring, let me move this here. From this side underneath it, we can bring a really pretty ribbon. So I will get that and I'll show you. We're going to attach it underneath, but we can attach it now so that you'll know what it looks like. And it'll have to come over the top of your paper, of course, but I think it'll look really nice, the polka dot ribbon, instead of the latches like I did on a smaller one in our group on Coffee Talk, where I do the live videos, because it makes it so you're pretty much stuck with your not being able to put a lot of embellishments. And if you made the smaller ones, then you kind of know more what I'm talking about. I apologize. I know it sounds like mumble jumble, but oh, we already inked this. And I'm going to use an ivory lace. And I'm going to use the ivory Swiss dot sheer ribbon that we carry. Always get my fingers all over everything on the white. Okay, I'll go grab the rest of the supplies and we'll be right back. Okay, so I have the ivory colored, and I move that because I want, there we go, I want it to be underneath. I don't want the ribbon to come above and tie. Now this will get, there we go, kind of square things off. And I'm going to use, so I'm just getting things kind of centered here, and then I'll be able to lay it down and cut it. So basically it's going to lay across there, and it's nice and just a really thin, easy to work with ribbon. The reason I want it to go down first is I'm going to be putting paper on top of it on that side. And your book isn't going to quite, be centered until you get that other side done. But I want to get this cover part done with you so that you can see. Now I've made this ribbon long for right now, and I'll leave it pretty much long until I decide, because I've got it here, I've got it tight. Let me loosen it up. I'm not done with the inside. I still have to mat those waterfalls. I need to add more stuff, into our pockets. So it's going to get thicker and heavier. Now this is a baby album, so you do want a nice big bow. I'm going to turn it over to this side. Because see, now we're going to we'll mat this side later. You getting ready for bed?
No.
Oh, just visiting? Okay. Just visiting. And I'm just going to lay my piece of score tape underneath here. What are you going to do with it? Don't tear it up because it'll be a mess. You can have it. And it kind of wrinkled, but that's okay because we're going to lay paper on top, and it's very, very thin. There we go. And you can straighten it out. Now, you need to have this going over the top. If you don't, you're going to run into problems when you try to open your book. So you've got to be able to untie it and the whole thing just flop open. So I'm going to move my bow more towards my opening. This ties like a dream. It's so neat to work with. I love it. And we sell it, I think, in what, 6 or 7 different colors. There's a baby pink and a baby blue, but I just picked ivory. So this I'm going to tuck on the inside of my book. I'm just going to get rid of those ends, and it doesn't wrinkle bad. So actually, I think I'll just untie it so that it's there. I can work. And you may want to lay your book open. But let me show you. This is what I was going to show you. So I cut a piece of yellow the same. And I cut the cut apart. Oh, really? How on earth did I lose my cut apart? Here it is. And it says, welcome, little one. And I know I'm covering up my stork there, but I decided I really am okay with that because I want to add this and I want to add some flowers down here at the bottom. But before I add this, this will sit on top of my ribbon. I don't want the ribbon going over this. So one other thing that's going to sit on top of this ribbon, oh, wait a minute. No, we can't do that. I just was telling you this, because if we constrict this, we're not going to open the other side of our book. So, whew. Let's go ahead and open our book. And so let me place some things here. So see, this coming over the top isn't going to bother me because it's so sheer. Then we'll have the pretty flowers down here at the bottom. Okay, leave it open. Leave it open. I'm glad I caught that. Now for right now, I'm just going to be laying down these things. Like I mentioned, I won't do the flowers. That's the only thing. I'll just lay them out for you because I don't want to do the flowers and then work on the other side and have them smashed. So I'm laying that down because I'm just adding that as like color, as an extra added. Then I'll have some flowers here. Then I'm going to actually put a butterfly that I'm going to punch over on the side. And I'm going to have this lace. And this is what I want to figure out. I think I want my lace. Now it doesn't want to lay straight. It was on a huge bolt. You know, I think we're going to actually go. I'm going to go with 2 layers of lace. And some people they like to wrap their lace under their paper. You know, I don't have good luck with it laying super flat. Now remember, we're going to be using that new glue. So I'm holding this tight. Okay. But I want 2 layers. So I always clean up my ends. Important to clean up your ends. That one towards there. It won't be rounded like that. It's just laying like so. And I want 2 layers of lace. That will sit there. I'm going to cover the little baby's face. I know. Bring it up a little bit. Bring it right there so we can see more of the lace. And fit in the stash. see what I've got. I do have that's a yellow one that was left over from, oh, what's the name of those flowers? I've gone kind of blank here. They are from, oh, Saint Tropez. I just had them out. Maybe I just want to keep them small. It is pretty big. Sorry, my drawer full of flowers is just over behind me. And so it's kind of, and I don't think this one, oh, this one definitely is not like fluffy enough. So things are moving, but that's okay, because this is going to give you kind of a good idea. We have the leaves. Let's bring our pink, kind of adding all of our colors on. No, that just doesn't go, does it? And of course, the 49 in Market. My favorite flowers. These flowers, so I will want to definitely hot glue them on. Okay, let's try a couple of these. And so that's not for sure, that's not for sure. But like I said, the flowers won't go right on, because if they do, then we're going to end up with our smashed flowers. And so I'm just laying everything out for you to get an idea. This will come across my stork, but it doesn't hide it too much. And this is why I'm not going to have a lot over here, as I want fluff. I want my fluffy bow. And so that's kind of like what I call the fine tuning of everything. And I will leave, okay, I'm going to leave these are going to be left a little bit long. And one other thing. So, like I said, I'm not putting them down. And I should get this done, though, so there's a walkthrough for you. And one other thing that I liked, oh, this is all going to be on pop dots, so it is going to pop up. So definitely some pop dots. And okay, back to my little bit of lace. So let's get the lace. So I cut, let me show you what I like to do. So I definitely like to have it, there we go. Oh, I knew I had been cut. See how I have that piece? That was one that we cut off. Hope you can see that okay. We'll put the flower there because that's going to add a little bit of lace there. I'm not sure about that one there. We have some lace now on this side, and this, let's cut this here. So these are really fun. There you go. You just cut them. kind of keep them asymmetrical basically. So, and I would hot glue these together. This will be up on pop dots. So it makes that lacy corner. Let me see if I can go ahead and zoom in so you can see that better. Just pulling up. Everything has to be pulled up when you're doing videos and using the camera equipment. It can't be just simple a button right there and there. You have to pull up a different controller. So let me zoom on in to show you that lace up there in the corner. So just cut your little pieces of lace. See how I added those together? And now those I'll actually glue down. And I'll be using, let me show you. We just got this in. The Art Glitter Dries Clear Fabric Glue. Now the thing with it is, it does say that it needs to air dry 4 to 5 hours. So it's not as fast drying, or you can use your heat gun with it. And it talks about putting it in the oven. Well, not putting it in the oven because my book will start on fire. But it also has, it's washable. So, yeah, there we go. Now we're all the way out. That's going to sit right there. So that is going to be my cover. And I can, when I get to the cover part, I'll admit, I then get excited because I want to get the other side done so I can get this side done. So I can get everything attached because the covers are actually my favorite part. Even though they don't look super professional, I love them. They just, they're like decorating a card. I don't know. So that's our mini album. That's our do-si-do. All you'll have to do now is recreate the other side. And hopefully I will get this done. I'm going to actually try to get it done before I go to St. Louis, the decorating part and the inside, so I can get this just covered, because then I can work on it better. But, working on the inside, we need it flat. So there's, to give you an idea of what my cover is going to look like. So you don't even really see a lot of that yellow. It's just mostly for the effect. And I may even choose a different flower, but I like the fluffy. You got to have fluffy with this, and definitely the double layer on your lace. And the lace, those blue flowers are Saint Tropez. They're beautiful, this collection, and they're in they're on countrycraftcreations.com. This is the Petaloo, and we have them in yellow. We also have a lot of colors that match this green. And then, of course, the 49 and Market in the white and the pink. So this is online. Everything is available in the store so that you can make your cover just like this, even the corners. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I know it's long, and I can't wait to bring you another tutorial. It probably will be the end of August, and we'll be getting ready also for our online crop on Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations. So thanks, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Good night.